God is keeping your house tonight. He has hold of it. The room where your children are sleeping. The one who came in late. The chair no one sits in anymore. And you. He is holding all of it at once, all night, and he will not set any of it down before morning. This prayer runs for 8 hours. Leave it playing beside the bed and let it go over the whole house while everyone sleeps. Share it with someone else who is lying awake tonight. Now stop checking. The doors are done. Let the first words be God's. Unless the Lord builds the house, they labor in vain who build it. Unless the Lord guards the city, the watchman stays awake in vain. Psalm 127, verse 1. No one knows how hard you have worked at this. And there have been stretches where you did everything right, and it still went wrong, and you lay here afterwards hunting for the mistake you made. Sometimes there was no mistake. Unless. The whole verse turns on that one word, and it is not a comfortable word at first hearing. It does not say the builders were lazy, and it does not say the watchmen fell asleep. It says they worked hard and they stayed up, and without me the working and the staying up came to little. You have felt the edge of that because you have worked at this, and no one could ever say you had not. And there have been stretches where you did everything right and it still went wrong, and you lay here afterwards going back over it looking for the mistake you made. Sometimes there was no mistake. Sometimes you were building well, and the thing still would not stand, and that is the hardest kind of night there is, and I was awake for every one of those too. This verse is not a telling off, whatever it sounds like at first. Look who is in it. There is a man on a wall at 3 in the morning in that verse, wide awake, doing his job properly. I kept him in. I never said he was wrong to be up there. I said he is not the reason the city is safe. And you are on a wall of your own tonight, and you have been up there so long that you have stopped asking whether the wall would stand without you. It would. It has on the nights you were ill and slept through. It did in the fortnight you were away and rang 3 times a day, and everyone was fine. He can be up there and be quite wrong about how much depends on him. His eyes are not what keeps that city. I keep it. That does not make his watching a waste. It makes it something a man can live with. He comes down at the end of his shift and sleeps, and the wall stays up while he is not looking at it. You have been on the wall a very long time believing the opposite. Unclench your hands. They are gripping the sheet, or they are in fists under the pillow, and they have been like that since you lay down. Let them open slowly. I built that house, not the bricks. Every person under that roof was mine before they were ever yours. I put each of them in that building on purpose. I love each of them, and I have never been away from it for an hour. The night you were up with one of them and were certain no one in the world knew, I was in the room. The morning you got everyone out of the door, and sat down in the quiet and could not name what you felt. I was there for that too. I was warm towards you, and you had no idea. You have never been the only one carrying this, whatever the hour has told you. Lay it down for a few hours. Not permanently. Just until it gets light. Carry this down into the deeper part of the night. You have built well, and you have watched faithfully, and the house has never once rested on your watching. I built it. I put every person in it on purpose, and I love each of them, and I have never left that building for a single hour of a single night. So let your hands open. Let the sheet go. Come down off the wall, my beloved, and sleep the way a person sleeps when the watch has been handed to one stronger. And you shall take a bunch of hyssop, dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and strike the lintel and the 2 doorposts with the blood that is in the basin. And none of you shall go out of the door of his house until morning. For the Lord will pass through to strike the Egyptians. And when he sees the blood on the lintel and on the 2 doorposts, the Lord will pass over the door and not allow the destroyer to come into your houses to strike you. Exodus 12, verses 22 and 23. It has been years since anyone asked how you were. That is not a complaint you have ever made out loud. It is simply true, and you have been holding this family up on your own the whole time. You do it without being thanked. You do it when you are ill. You do it on the days you have little left, and then you come up here and lie down and start again in the morning. I want to show you where I put my hand. There is a beam of wood over every door in your house, and you have never yet looked at it. It is called a lintel. You walked under one tonight on your way up, carrying something, thinking about tomorrow. Its job is simple, and it is the only reason the doorway stands. When a builder cuts a hole in a wall, the weight of everything above it has to go somewhere. The lintel is what takes it. It carries the load across the gap and passes it quietly down the 2 sides. It does that all day and all night without being thanked. Take it out, and the wall comes down into the doorway. So the 3 pieces holding up every opening in your house are the beam across the top and the 2 uprights either side. Everything else in that wall is decoration. The mark went on the lintel and on the 2 doorposts, and nowhere else. Not the roof, and not the window, and not the middle of the front door where anybody would have put a sign. I told them to mark the 3 pieces that were carrying the weight of the opening, because an opening is the weakest place in any wall, and that is exactly why it needs holding. You have been trying to be the lintel in this house, my love, and I have watched you at it for years. You are the one who takes the load across the gap so that everyone else can walk through without noticing there was a gap. When money got tight, you carried it quietly. When one of them was ill, you rearranged your whole life around it and told no one what that cost. When the atmosphere in the kitchen went wrong, you were the one who changed the subject and made it all right again. And no one has looked at you, because whoever looks at a lintel, it is simply expected to hold, and it does. I am not going to tell you to stop. I am going to tell you where I put my hand. My protection never goes on the pretty part of a house or on the part that shows to visitors. I put it on the beam taking the weight and on the two uprights carrying it down to the ground. What I keep is whatever is doing the carrying. In that house, that is you. That is you, and it always has been, and I have loved you tenderly for it the whole time. No one ever reads out the other half of the verse. None of you shall go out of the door of his house until morning. I never told them to keep watch, and I never told them to arm themselves or take turns at the window. I told them to go inside and stay in and let me handle the night. I meant that as a kindness. It was also the hardest thing I had ever asked of them. The whole family was in there. Something was happening outside, and the man of that house had to lie down and do nothing about it. I know exactly what that costs, because I have sat in that room with you while you did it. I am awake in this house. I am awake, and I am near, and I am not troubled by any of it. Something is on the door. Nobody is going out. And the weight on that beam is not resting on you alone, and it has not been for a very long time, whatever it has felt like at this hour of the night. Receive this warmly before you sleep. I mark the parts that carry the load, and that is why my hand is resting on you tonight. You have been holding the opening up for years, and nobody has looked at you once, and my eyes have not left you once. I am here. I am near you in the dark of that room. I am the peace you have been trying to make on your own. So go inside now and stay in, and let the night be handled by one who is already awake and glad to do it. You are loved in this house. You are safe under my hand. Sleep. You shall teach them diligently to your children, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, and when you rise up. Deuteronomy 6, verse 7. How long is it since you slept the whole way through? Things wake you that no one else in that house hears, and you have started to think there is a fault in you somewhere. There is nothing wrong with you. You love one of them, and love does that, and I made it. A lorry can go past your window, and you sleep through it. A phone can go off downstairs. A door can bang in the wind. Next door can come in at 1 in the morning, making a mess of the key in the lock. You sleep through all of it without stirring. Then your own child makes one small sound 2 rooms away, and you are sitting up. Not slowly awake either, but with your feet already on the floor before you have worked out why. That is a real thing, and it happens in your body. After a first baby, the level at which you wake drops, and for a great many people, it never fully comes back up again. The child grows. The child leaves. The child is 34 now, with a mortgage and a car and opinions about your driving. And still you surface at 2 in the morning for no reason you can name. You have thought that was anxiety, and some nights it is. But most of what wakes you is something I built gently into you, the first time you loved a person smaller than yourself. I never switched it off when they got taller. I did not want to. This verse asks something small of you, and you have already been doing it. I ask you to talk about me when you lie down. That is my instruction. Not a service, not an hour set aside, not a course you should have finished. Talk about me at bedtime, in the house, in the middle of everything else, in the same ordinary voice you use for the immersion heater and whose turn it is on Saturday. Which means that most of what I asked of you as a parent, you have been quietly doing all along. The lift you gave to the station. The washing you got done at 11 at night when the house was dark. The number you kept ringing when they stopped answering. Sitting on the end of a bed for 40 minutes saying almost nothing because there was little to say, and you stayed anyway. All of that was you talking about me when you lie down, whether or not my name ever came up. You are worried that you have not done enough of the spiritual part. What you have been doing at 2 in the morning with your feet on the floor is not a lesser thing than praying, my dear child. It is praying. I have heard every one of those nights, and I have kept them, and they are precious to me. And the hearing runs both ways. You wake at a small noise from a room away because you love the person making it. That is the whole of it. You know it from the inside already because you do it every night without being asked. I hear you at the volume you hear them. Every small sound. Every half sentence you never finished praying. I am tender towards you in the way that you are tender towards them, and I do not sleep through any of it. Let that be true over you as the house goes quiet. What wakes you is no weakness in your nerves. It is love that never switched itself off, and I put it there with my own hands because I wanted you to love them like that. All those years of small, ordinary things were prayer, and I heard every single one of them, and I have kept them. Now let the listening be mine for a few hours. I am awake. I am gentle with you. I am not going anywhere. Lie back down and let your body go warm and heavy and rest. I will both lie down in peace and sleep. For you alone, O Lord, make me dwell in safety. Psalm 4, verse 8. Living in a house and guarding one are two different things, and you have not lived in yours for a long time. You come in and you rid the room before your coat is off. You lie down ready, and you are so tired of it that you have forgotten there was ever another way to be at home. Dwell. That one gentle word is carrying the whole verse. It is not the word for surviving, and it is not the word for getting through. It is the warm word for living somewhere, settling in, having your things about you, knowing which stair creaks and where the spare bulbs are kept. Dwelling is what you do in a place you have no intention of leaving. You have been surviving in that house, and I want you to dwell in it. There is a difference between those two, and your body knows it even if you have never put it into words. Right now, your shoulders are somewhere up near your ears, and they have been all evening. Let them come down. No part of this house needs you braced for the next 4 hours. When you come in of an evening, you scan. Before your coat is off, you have read the room, checked the face, worked out from the noise who is all right and who is not. You do it at the door every single time without meaning to. That is not dwelling. That is patrolling a place you happen to sleep in. And you started doing it for a reason. Something went wrong once and it came out of nowhere, so now you never stop watching. I will not call that foolish. It was how you got through a hard stretch, and I was in the hard stretch with you the whole way. But the hard stretch is not still on, and you are. You alone make me dwell in safety. Look who is doing the work in that sentence. Not the person lying down, and not the locks or the arrangements, or the plan you keep in your head for what happens if the boiler goes or the job goes or one of them gets ill again. Me alone, and that word is in there on purpose, because I wanted you to know how much of this has never rested on you. I know how that lands, because you have quietly believed for a long time that if you stopped holding this together, it would come apart. And there is evidence for it. There have been weeks when you did stop, and things did slide. Something got past you in those weeks. The house stayed up. It got untidy, and everyone got fed late, and one of them was upset, and by Thursday it was mostly back where it had been. I called it a family having a bad week. You have been calling it proof. That house is not resting on you. Leave it unanswered. Let it stand there a minute and be true. I am holding it, and I am glad to, and it has never yet felt heavy in my hands. So lie down in peace and sleep. Both of those. This psalm puts them together because one is no good to you without the other, and I am giving you both tonight. Take this quietly into the hour ahead. You are allowed to live in that house, and not only guard it. The one keeping this place is me, and that word is in the verse on purpose, because I wanted you to know it was never resting on you. So stop reading the room. Let your shoulders come all the way down, and let your hands open, and let the day go. I am your safety. I am the quiet in this house. Lie down in peace, and then actually sleep, and let me be awake for both of us. I lay down and slept. I awoke, for the Lord sustained me. Psalm 3, verse 5. You are the last one asleep and the first one awake, and you have been calling that a fault in yourself for years. It was never a fault. It is a position, and I put you in it, and there is something in the world I want you to know about it. Some birds can sleep with half of their brain at a time, and you have been doing it for years. One side shuts down and rests properly while the other side stays running, and the eye connected to that side stays open, and after a while they swap the two over. And the arrangement has a tenderness in it. When a group of them settles for the night, the ones in the middle sleep with both sides, fully and deeply. The ones on the outside edge do the half and half. And they turn the open eye outward, away from the others towards whatever is out there in the dark. They are not more anxious birds, and they are not worse at sleeping. It is simply where they are sitting, and I arranged the sitting, and I meant it kindly for all of them. And the ones in the middle sleep the whole night through because of it. You are on the edge of the roost, and you have been for years. That is not a fault in you, and it never was. It is a place I gave you, and a loving one. Everyone else in that building is sleeping properly tonight, all the way down. Part of the reason they can is that you are lying at the outside of the group, one eye open, facing the dark for their sake. No one has ever told you that this is a real arrangement rather than a failing, so you have spent years quietly thinking there is something wrong with your sleeping. Your sleeping is fine. I put you in the outside position, and you have been in it a long time, and it does exactly what I made it to do. But the birds swap over, and that is the mercy you have never had. They rotate. The open eye closes and the other one opens, and another bird takes the edge for a while, and every one of them gets a full night in the end. I have not swapped with anyone for years. So I am taking the outside position tonight. Not as a nice thought and not as a way of speaking. I mean it plainly. I am putting myself between that house and everything that is out there, and I am facing outward, and I will not be swapping back at 3 in the morning and handing it quietly to you. You can be in the middle for one night. You are allowed, and you are wanted there. The ones in the middle are not the ones who care least. They are simply the ones being covered, and there is no shame anywhere in it, and there never was. Both eyes all the way down, the way you have not slept in years. Hold this as you settle. You are not a poor sleeper, and you never were. You have been sitting on the outside of the group with one eye open, facing whatever was out there. And it was never a failing in you. It was love, doing what love does. Tonight I am taking that place. I am on the outside now, and I am facing out, and I will not be swapping back at 3 in the morning. So turn inward, and let yourself be one of the ones who is covered. That is allowed. I want that for you. Sleep with both sides. The centurion answered and said, Lord, I am not worthy that you should come under my roof, but only speak a word, and my servant will be healed. Matthew 8, verse 8. One body, 4 people, and every one of them needing you in a different room at the same time. That is the arithmetic you have been trying to beat, and it will not be beaten. And your one body is lying down now, and it is tired. There was a man who understood this better than you do. He is a soldier, and he is used to giving orders and being obeyed, and he has money and rank and a house full of people who depend on him. You would recognize him. He is the one everybody comes to. He comes to my son about a man who is neither his son nor his brother. It is one of his servants, a man who works for him. And he does not ask anything for himself. He asks for his household. That word covered more than you would expect. In that world, your household was the building, and the family, and everybody working there, and the trade you ran out of it, all held in one word. It was never a bloodline. It was everyone under the roof. So he says it that way. Under my roof, not come to my family. Come under the thing that is over all of us. Who is under yours? Your list is shorter than the truth. There is the obvious 4 or 5. Then there is your daughter's boyfriend, who is there more nights than he is not. The friend on the sofa who was staying a fortnight back in March. Your mother, who does not live there but might as well. The lad who cuts the grass and told you more about his life than he meant to. Whoever comes in to help with the personal care twice a day and has somehow become another person you worry about at night. My roof is over all of them, and my kindness is over all of them, whatever you happen to feel about any one of them tonight. Some of them you never chose, and some of them are hard work, and at least one of them you would swap if you could. I am not asking you to feel warmly about every name. My keeping does not go by how you feel about them. It goes by whose roof they are under. He says, only speak a word. He worked out that my son had no need to walk to the house. He had spent his whole life inside a system where a word said in one place made something happen in another, and he saw plainly that I worked the same way, only further and more gently. You have been trying to be everywhere in that house at once. In the kitchen and on the phone, and in the difficult conversation, and in the room where one of them else is not sleeping either. You cannot be. You have one body, and it is currently lying down, and it is tired, and I am not disappointed about that. But you have a word, and I am nearer than the room you were going to walk to. Say them into the dark. Just the names, one at a time. That is enough, and you do not need to build a case for any of them or explain to me what is wrong, because I know what is wrong and I have known for months. Say the name and let it go up through the roof, and let it be carried. I am awake under here with all of you. Hear this said over the whole house. My keeping is over everyone beneath that roof, including the ones you never chose, and the ones who are hard work. You cannot be in every room, and I never made you to be, and it was never unkindness in you that you have only one body and it is tired. So say the names into the dark, one at a time, and let each one go as you say it. I am already in the room you are going to walk to. I am gentle with every person under that roof. Rest now, and let me do the walking. Come, my people, enter your chambers, and shut your doors behind you. Hide yourself, as it were, for a little moment, until the indignation is past. Isaiah 26, verse 20. By the measure you keep using, you are behind. The money is not sorted. No one's life is fixed. There is a conversation you have been avoiding since February. You are looking at entirely the wrong things. The fire service will tell you to shut the doors before you go to bed. Not lock them. Just close them. The kitchen door, the living room door, the door of the room you are sleeping in. The reason is plain enough once a fire officer explains it. Fire needs air, and a closed door starves it and slows it right down, and smoke is the thing that actually harms people, and a closed door holds smoke back. Not forever, but for minutes. Real minutes. Long enough for an alarm to go and for a whole household to get up and get out. There are photographs taken after house fires where one room is gone and the room beside it is barely marked. The only difference between them is a door that one tired person pulled shut on the way past without thinking about it. The most protective thing in a house overnight is not an alarm system or a lock or anything you paid for. It is a door pulled shut by a tired person on their way to bed. I have always worked like that. Quietly, in the small thing, in a hand on a handle. And it has never crossed your mind to look for me there. And whoever closed it was not being heroic. They were carrying a mug and going to bed. They pulled it too with one hand, the way they always do. They thought about it for less than a second, and then forgot they had done it at all. You have been doing this in that house for years. Not the big things. You keep measuring yourself on the big things, and by that measure you are behind. No one's life is fixed. The money is not sorted. And there is a talk you have been putting off since February. I am talking about the small ones. The lift you gave. The message you sent when you had nothing to say. The plate you left in the microwave for the one coming in late. The night you swallowed the thing you had every right to say and went to bed instead, and it cost you something no one ever knew about. You did every one of those with one hand on your way past, thinking about something else, and you have never stopped to count a single one. I have counted every single one of them, and I have been warm towards you in every one, even on the nights you went to bed sure that you had failed. You are shutting doors in that house all day long, dear one, and you have no idea. Half of what is held in your family over the last 3 years held because of things you did without meaning to do them, and you will never know which ones, and that is quite all right. You were never meant to know. Come inside now. Go into your room and shut the door behind you and stay put for a little while. Not forever. For a little moment. A voice that says for a little moment is telling you kindly that this has an end and that they know exactly when it is. The doors are shut. You shut them, some of them years ago, and you have long since forgotten. Let this be the last thing you carry down. The small things you did without thinking are the ones that held, and I have counted every one of them, and I have loved you for every one. You will never know which of them mattered most, and you were never meant to know, and that is a kindness rather than a loss. So go in now. Shut the door behind you and stay put a while. It is only for a little moment, and I know exactly how long, and I will be sitting with you the whole of it. You are held. Sleep. When he gives quietness, who then can make trouble? And when he hides his face, who then can see him, whether it is against a nation or a man alone? Job 34, verse 29. Half past 1, and there it is again, and you are lying rigid listening to it the way you have on more nights than you would admit to anyone. Let me tell you what you are hearing. That creak on the landing at 1:30 is only the house cooling. Wood takes in a little warmth through the day and lets it out again after dark, and so do the pipes and the plaster and the boards under the carpet. As they cool, they shrink by an amount far too small to see, and where one piece of timber has been resting warmly against another all day, it shifts a fraction and makes that sound. No one has arrived. The stairs are empty. I made timber to move like that, and what you are hearing is only the building letting go of the day. You have lain here rigid listening to that noise more nights than you would admit to anybody. Some of them you got up and went and looked. Every single time the house was fine. You came back to bed feeling a bit foolish, and the next night you did the very same thing again. You are not foolish, and no such thought has ever been in me. You are the one whose job it is to check, and a body that has been checking faithfully for years does not simply stop because the checking keeps coming back empty. All day that house has been taking in warmth from somewhere else. The heating, the oven, the sun on the back windows. 7 bodies moving about in it. Now the day is over, and it is putting all of that down again. Gently in small movements over hours while everyone in it sleeps. There is no fault in the building. That is simply how I made a building rest, and it is not so different from how I made you. You have taken in a great deal today as well. A mood at breakfast, a short reply to a message that probably meant little, and the face your husband made at the post, and a number on a screen that you have not mentioned to a living soul. You absorbed every one of them without meaning to, and you are still holding all of it now, at this hour in the dark, with your jaw tight. So put it down the way the house is putting it down. Not all at once, and not by trying. In small movements over hours, while you sleep with one of them warm beside you doing the holding. I give quietness. It is one of the kindest things I have, and I hand it out freely at this hour. That is not the same as making everything quiet, and I will not pretend otherwise, because some of what you carried up those stairs will still be there in the morning. Quietness is something I put into a person while everything around them stays the same. It holds. It is real. You have had it before, in weeks when you had no business feeling calm, and you knew it at the time. I am giving it to you now, and you need do nothing to make yourself ready for it. Let this settle warmly on you. The sound on the landing is only the building putting the day down, and the stairs are empty. You took in far more today than you know, and you are still holding all of it, and your jaw is still tight with it. So let it go the way the house does. Slowly in the dark, in small movements over hours, without you having to manage any of it. I am giving quietness tonight. Not a tidy situation and not an explanation. Quietness handed to you in the middle of everything that has not changed, because I am kind and because you are tired. Take it and sleep. You shall write them on the doorposts of your house and on your gates. Deuteronomy 6, verse 9. The worry underneath a lot of your praying is that you have not done enough of the spiritual part. No family devotions that lasted. No proper prayers at bedtime. Just years of ordinary talk in a busy house. You have been doing exactly what I asked, and you never knew it. There are houses on ordinary streets tonight with a small case fixed to the doorframe, and you have marked your own without ever knowing you did it. It is fitted at an angle, 2/3 of the way up, on the right as you go in. Inside it is a piece of parchment written out by hand, and the words on it are these words of mine. People touch it going in and out, the way you would touch a banister, without ever stopping to think about it. They have been doing that faithfully for thousands of years. I gave the command, they took it literally, and they have gone on taking it literally ever since. I asked for the doorpost on purpose, and it was a tender choice rather than a strict one. Not the wall over the fireplace where a visitor would see it, and not somewhere central and impressive. The doorpost, the part you pass through on your way to somewhere else, half-dressed, late, carrying too much, thinking about the traffic. Because that is where a household actually lives its life. Not at the table on the good evenings, but in the doorway, in the going out and the coming in 10 or 12 times a day, mostly in a hurry. And you have marked yours, my love, though you have never once called it that. Not with a case and not with parchment. With the thing you say to them every single time they go out of that door. The same warm handful of words, said so often over so many years that you have stopped hearing yourself say it. Text me when you get there. Have you got your key? Drive carefully. Ring me. They roll their eyes and you say it anyway. You have said it thousands of times and you will say it again tomorrow. Love says the same small thing over and over, and never tires of it. That is writing on the doorpost, and it is one of the warmest things you do, and you have never once counted it. The same words in the same place at the same moment every day for years, worn smooth with use, said in a hurry to one of them halfway out of the house. You thought it was nagging. It is a blessing. It has gone out of that door on every one of them, whether they wanted it or not. I have heard all of them, every time, going back years, and I have loved the sound of them. And I will say something now that you have never once thought to ask me for. The words you say over them at the door. Let one be said over you before you sleep. You are also going out and coming in, and you have been doing it alone, and no one has ever stood at that door and said it to you. So I will tonight and every night you play this. Go safely. Come home safely. You are loved as you go out and loved as you come in, and I am at that door with you both times. Receive this as the house goes still. You marked the doorpost years ago with the same few words said in a hurry to one of them halfway out, and I heard every one of them, and I have kept them all. It was never nagging. It was a blessing, worn smooth with use, said in love by a person who could not help themselves. So let one be said over you now, since no one has ever thought to. Go safely. Come home safely. You are dear to me, and you are kept going out and coming in, and I will be at that door in the morning. But at midnight Paul and Silas were praying and singing hymns to God, and the prisoners were listening to them. Suddenly there was a great earthquake, so that the foundations of the prison were shaken, and immediately all the doors were opened, and everyone's chains were loosed. Acts 16, verses 25 and 26. There is someone under that roof who is asleep and asking me for nothing, and you have carried them silently for years. You have stopped raising it, because of how it goes when you do. There is a man asleep in that building who has no idea his life changes tonight, and you have a person in your house exactly like him. He is the jailer. He locked up, went to bed, and had no more idea than you have tonight that anything was about to change. 2 floors below him, 2 men were singing. Then the ground moved, and I was the one who moved it, and he woke into a life he had not asked for. He never prayed. He never knew their names. He slept straight through the hour his household turned. Which is the part you need, because you have been carrying one of them who is not asking me for anything, and you have quietly concluded that this puts them out of reach. It does not. It never has. I do not require a person to be awake or willing or even polite about me before I will begin something warm in them. There is a person in that house who is not asking me for anything. They have stopped coming, or perhaps they were never really there. They think it is a comfort you happen to need. Some of them are polite about that, and some of them are not. Either way, you stopped raising it long ago, because of how it goes when you do. You have been carrying them silently for years, and I have seen every year of it, and I have loved you for it. The jailer had no part to play in it. The singing went on above him and around him, and through the walls of the room where he lay sleeping, and the first he knew of any of it was the floor moving under his bed. Tonight is the same shape. You are playing this over a house where a person is asleep and asking me for nothing, so let it play. I have never been limited to the people who are listening, and I have never needed anybody's permission to be kind to them. By morning that man had washed the wounds of 2 men he had been guarding, and his whole household with him. Between the singing and the washing there was an earthquake, and I will not promise you an earthquake. But I will tell you warmly and plainly that his night ended somewhere he could never have imagined when he put the lamp out. So might yours. Hear this over every room in that building. A person under that roof is asleep and asking me for nothing, and I have never been limited to the ones who are listening. I was already at work in that prison while the jailer slept straight through it, and I loved that man before he knew my name. So keep this playing over the rooms where all seems still. I am in there. I am patient. I am not put off by a closed door or a polite silence at Christmas. His night ended somewhere he could never have guessed at when he put the lamp out, and I would not be telling you this if I did not mean it kindly. Rest. Fear not, for I am with you. I will bring your descendants from the east and gather them from the west. Isaiah 43, verse 5. Ask anyone in that family who holds it all together, and they will say your name. You hold the appointments and the birthdays, and you know who is not speaking to who and why. And if you went into hospital tomorrow, 4 people would stand in that kitchen, not knowing where anything is kept. Every house has one point where all the power comes in. It is a gray box in a cupboard with one big switch that governs the whole building. The lights, the freezer, the boiler, the thing charging on the landing. Most people could not find theirs in the dark after 9 years in the house. You are that point, and you have been for so long that the family has stopped seeing it, the way none of them have ever seen the fuse box. You are the point in that house where everything comes in. The appointments are in your head. So are the birthdays. You know who is not speaking to who and exactly why, and what to say to get round it, and which day of the week is a bad day for which person. If you went into hospital tomorrow, 4 people would stand in that kitchen not knowing where anything is kept. No one ever planned it that way. It arranged itself quietly around whoever kept saying yes, and I have watched it settle on you year after year. Now the harder thing, and I am saying it gently, because you are lying there thinking it anyway. Your house is not all in it. One who should be under that roof is not. A chair that is not being sat in. A room that got turned into something else, or a room that did not get turned into anything because you could not bring yourself to do it. A name you still set out of habit and then take back. A person living 40 minutes away who has not rung since March, and you know exactly how many weeks that is because you count them. I know which one it is. I know the name you did not say out loud just now, and I am gentle about it, and not once have I thought less of you for the ache. You have been praying over a household with a gap in it, quietly wondering whether the prayer even reaches. Whether keeping a house means anything at all when the one you most want kept walked out of it. The verse says east and west. Both directions, and neither of them is here. I do not gather only the ones who are in. That whole sentence exists for the ones who are somewhere else, and scattered is the word the prophets kept reaching for, and it never once meant lost. It meant far apart and fully known about. I know where yours is tonight. I know the street. I know what the light is like in that room. My keeping goes out of that house and reaches them. It goes down the road and along the motorway and up the stairs of a building you have never seen, and it settles warmly on a person who has no idea it is there. I love them. I have loved them the whole time. You cannot do that. You have tried for years, and you cannot make a prayer travel that far by wanting it hard enough, and distance has never once been a difficulty for me. Take this with you into the small hours. The gap in that house is no gap in what I am keeping. East and west, both directions, and I gather from both, and I have never yet lost track of one of yours. You cannot make a prayer travel that far by wanting it hard enough, and you have worn yourself out trying, and I have watched with more tenderness than you know. So let me carry it tonight. I know the street. I know the room. They are loved, and so are you, and neither of those depends on whether the phone rings this week. Rest now. So those that entered, male and female of all flesh, went in as God had commanded him, and the Lord shut him in. Genesis 7, verse 16. Twice. That is how many times the front door gets checked, and you lie down after the first, and then you get up and do it again, and you know perfectly well the lock is fine. There are 6 words in the Bible for people like you, and almost few people have ever been told they are there. You check the front door twice. 6 words at the end of that verse were put there for you, and few people have ever been told they are in the Bible at all. And the Lord shut him in. The whole chapter before it is Noah working. Cutting, fitting, sealing, gathering, loading, counting, checking the list, going back for the ones he missed. Years of it. I gave that man a job so large that everything in the account is one man doing it, and all of it rests on his shoulders. Then the door. He does not shut it. After all that building, the very last action belonging to that boat is not his. I closed the door, and it stayed closed, and he could do nothing at all about it from the inside, and I meant him to be able to do nothing. Because a door you shut yourself is a door you will go back and check. You would have been up in the night on that boat, in the dark, feeling along the edge of it with your hand. You would have been back 4 times before morning. Everybody with a household is like this. You check the front door and lie down. Then you get up and check it again. Not because you doubt the lock, but because the checking is what lets you settle. So I shut Noah's door where he could not reach it. That was a kindness, and it was probably infuriating. The catch on that door was never his to reach. Once it was closed, his part was over. The man who had built the whole thing had the last piece of it taken warmly out of his hands. Everyone he loved was inside with him, and for the first time in years he had no more to do. I know what you would do with a night like that. You would find something. You would lie there going round the boat in your head looking for whatever you had missed. You are done for tonight, and I am pleased with you, and there is no more that needs your hands. Everything you are going to do about today, you have done. The rest of it is on the other side of a door that is already shut. You were not the one who shut it. You could not open it from where you are lying even if you tried. That is not helplessness, and Noah was not helpless in there. He was finished, which is a warmer thing altogether, and he floated on top of the worst thing that ever happened while his whole household slept safely around him. Hold this as the night deepens. You built it and you loaded it, and you checked it twice, and the last thing was taken out of your hands on purpose, because I am not cruel and I know when a person has done enough. The door is shut, and you never shut it, and you cannot open it from where you are lying. Everything is done. There is no more for you to go and look at tonight. Everyone you love is inside with you, and I am outside holding the whole of it, and the water will not come in. Be finished for a few hours. That is not weakness. That is rest, and I am the one giving it to you. When I remember you on my bed, I meditate on you in the night watches. Because you have been my help, therefore in the shadow of your wings I will rejoice. Psalm 63, verses 6 and 7. Braced. That is how you lie down now, and it has been that way so long you have stopped noticing. Every noise gets weighed. Every silence from a bedroom gets read. You are worn out from waiting for something that has never come. You have been treating your nights as a fight, and they were never won. A night security round is never walked the same way twice, and it is unlike the night you have been having. That is the training. He changes the order. He changes the time. He never does the west side at 10 past every night, because anybody watching for a month would learn it. The whole point of the round is that no one outside can guess it. And most of what that man is doing is not catching anybody. He will go years without catching anybody. What he is doing is being present in the building, walking through it, putting a light on and off, being seen, so that the place is never once left unattended. That is the job. Attendance. It is not a fight. There is no one at the door. He carries no weapon and he wants no trouble, and if you asked him, he would tell you cheerfully that the best night is the one where the whole shift passes quietly. You have been treating your nights like a fight, dear heart, and they were never meant to be one. Somewhere along the way you started bracing. You lie down ready. Every noise gets weighed up. Every silence from a bedroom gets read. You have stood at the door of that house all night with your shoulders up, waiting for something to come. It never came. And you are worn out from the waiting, not from anything that ever happened. No harm is at the door, my dear one, and there has not been for a long while. I am walking through the building, and a night watch was never a defense. It is a presence. I go through those rooms in an order no one could guess. I am in the one where a child is sleeping badly. I am in the empty one. I am on the landing, and then I am back again, all night, and I never tire of it. The psalm calls them the night watches, and it is talking about you. The man who wrote it was awake at this very hour thinking about me, and he never once wrote that he fought anything. He wrote that he remembered, and that he had been helped, and that he was under something like a wing. Under something, and not behind a wall. Under a wing, which is a warmer word and a much closer one. You can stand down now. The building is attended, and it is not by you. Let this rest on you as the hour goes on. No harm is at the door, and there has not been for a very long time. What you have been calling a battle was only ever a watch, and I am the one keeping it, and I have been keeping it every night whether or not you were awake to see. I am walking through those rooms in an order nobody could guess. I am in the one where one of them is sleeping badly. I am in the empty one. I am on the landing, and then I am back. So stand down now, and let your shoulders come down with you. You are under something warm and wide, not behind a wall, under a wing. If a son asks for bread from any father among you, will he give him a stone? Or if he asks for a fish, will he give him a serpent instead of a fish? If you then, being evil, know how to give good gifts to your children, how much more will your heavenly Father give the Holy Spirit to those who ask him? Luke 11, verses 11 to 13. Something has gone quiet in you about whether any of it reaches me. You still pray for them. You have stopped expecting an answer, and Jesus Christ built this whole argument for you out of the smallest thing in the world. A child asks for something to eat, and a father hands it over. That is the whole of it. The most ordinary exchange in any house on any evening, repeated 100,000 times without anybody thinking about it once. I chose that one on purpose because I wanted the argument to rest on something you already do. And he says, you know how to do this. Look at the wording because it is blunter than people expect. If you then, being evil. He is not flattering the parents in that crowd. He is saying that even at your very worst, tired, short-tempered, halfway out of patience, sorry about something you said at tea time, you would still never hand a child a stone when they asked you for bread. You would not on your worst day, and you know that about yourself with complete certainty. So the argument is finished before it has properly started. If that is true of you on the day you were least proud of, then think again about what is true of me. You have been praying for people in that house for a long time now, and getting no answer you could point to. And what has quietly grown in you is not doubt about whether I exist. It is a suspicion about what I am like. That I might be reluctant, or that I have to be talked round, or that the asking has to reach some number before anything happens. You already do this at tea time. Think again about what I am like. There is no part of me it has to be talked round to be good to your children. Not your grown ones, and not the difficult one, and not the one who has stopped ringing. My hand is not closed, and no one has ever had to prise it open by praying long enough, and I am warm towards every name on your list, even when you are too tired to say them. You are worn out, and the asking has become heavy. Put it down for tonight. Not the people, only the effort of asking. They are still yours in the morning, and you can pick it all up again then. And when you wake, you will find the load is not quite where you left it. Let this be spoken over you as the night deepens. You would not hand a child a stone on the worst day you have ever had, and you know that about yourself with complete certainty. So stop imagining that I have to be talked round or worn down or reached at last by a person praying long enough. My hand has never once had to be prized open. I am good to your children. I am good to the difficult one and the faraway one and the one who has stopped ringing, and I am good to them while you are asleep and not asking at all. Put the asking down until morning. When you wake it will be lighter, and it will still be mine. She perceives that her merchandise is good, and her lamp does not go out by night. Proverbs 31 verse 18. Last thing, every night, the same round falls to you. The lights, the door, the thing left on in the kitchen. One more look into a room without going in. You went to the fire and raked the burning bits gently into a heap in the middle, and then you covered the whole heap over with ash. Two good things happened because of that. The fire could not spread in the night and harm the house while everyone slept in it. And under the ash the embers stayed warm till morning. The first one up could scrape it back, add a bit of kindling, and have a fire going in 2 minutes instead of starting from cold. They called it banking the fire, and I have watched people do it faithfully for 1,000 years and loved them for it. In England, a bell used to be rung in the evening to tell every house to go and do it. The French for cover the fire is couvre-feu. Say that out loud a few times, and you will hear where your word curfew comes from. So the word you now use for being kept in at night started life as an instruction to the last one up. Go and cover the fire. That is you every night, in a quiet house, with no one watching and no one thanking you. You are the one who goes round at the end. The lights off, the door pulled to, the thing in the kitchen that one of them left on. You look in on a room without going into it, and you put a glass of water by a bed, and then you come up here and lie down, and it is finally quiet. And because this is the only part of the day when no one asks anything of you, all of it arrives at once, warm and heavy and unsorted. No one has ever told you that what you do at the end of the night is a job with a name. It is, and it has a name because it mattered, and people have been doing it faithfully for 1,000 years, and I counted every one of them with love. You are not fussing, and you are not being anxious. You are covering the fire so that the house is safe until light, and there is warmth waiting in the morning. Let your feet go warm and heavy under the covers. That part is done now. One more thing about banking a fire, and it is the part worth keeping. You are not putting it out. That is the whole gentle skill of it. Anybody can pour water on a fire. Banking one is much harder. You have to leave it alive under there. Warm, working, still going. While it looks for all the world like a gray heap of ash. Some of what you are worried about tonight looks like a gray heap of ash. A person who has gone cold on you. Something you used to have in you that you cannot find anymore. It is banked and it is not out, and I am keeping the heat in it while you sleep. Receive this in the deep of the night. What you do at the end of the night has a name, and it is 1,000 years old, and I have loved watching people do it. You are not fussing, and you are not being anxious. You are covering the fire so that the house is safe until light, and there is something warm to start from in the morning. And the thing that looks dead under the ash tonight is not out. It is banked. It is hot under there, quietly, all night, and I know exactly where the heat is because I put it there. Let your feet go warm and heavy. Sleep by a fire that is still alive. For I will pass through the land of Egypt on that night. And when I see the blood, I will pass over you. And the plague shall not be on you to destroy you when I strike the land of Egypt. Exodus 12, verses 12 and 13. Somewhere in you sits a quiet belief that you were skipped. That other people got help and you got a set of instructions. That whatever keeping your house as is done at a distance, from one with a great many houses to think about. Tonight I am going to take that from you. Everyone has been taught that God passed the house by, and it has left a coldness in a great many people, and you are one of them. The word sounds like that in English. Passed over. Went past. Skipped it. As if the house was on a list and got missed out, and the whole night was about being overlooked. The word underneath is passage, and it turns up in one other place, where Isaiah describes me defending a city like a bird over a nest. Wings out. Not moving on. Dealing with whatever comes near. Same word. Which changes the whole night and changes what you have believed about yours. I never walked past your door. I stopped at it and I stayed. I stood over that house all night, close and wide and warm, and no harm came into it, and never because I happened to be elsewhere. It was that I was standing on the step with my back to the door, and everyone they loved asleep behind me. Sit with that for a moment before you go on, because you have believed the other thing for a long time. You have quietly believed that you were skipped, and it has hurt you for years, and I have known about it all along. Never out loud, but a quiet version of it runs in you. It says you were left alone with all of this. It says other people got help, and you got a set of instructions. It says whatever keeping your house has is done at a distance, by one with a great many houses to think about, who got to yours briefly and moved on. That is not what happened at that door, and it is not what is happening at yours. I am not passing. I am staying, and I am close, and I am warm towards this house and everyone breathing in it. I am over this house tonight the way a bird is over a nest, which is to say, close enough to touch it, facing outwards, and not going anywhere until it is light. You have been the one standing over everybody. You know exactly what it costs, and you know it is unlike watching from a distance. That is what I am doing over you. No harm gets in past me. Not tonight. Not while I am standing here with my back to that door and everyone you love asleep behind it. Let this stand over the house and everyone in it. I never walked past your door, and I never will. That word means to hover and to stand guard, and that is exactly where I am tonight. Over this house, close enough to touch the roof of it, facing outward and staying. You were not skipped. You have never once been skipped, not in the worst year of your life, and not on the nights when you felt most alone in that kitchen. I am over you. I am over every room. I am not going anywhere until it is light. So let yourself be small for a few hours, and let yourself be covered, and sleep under the wing that is already out. The kingdom of God is as if a man should scatter seed on the ground, and should sleep by night and rise by day, and the seed should sprout and grow, he himself does not know how. Mark 4, verses 26 and 27. There is one in that house who is not changing, and you have been worried about them for months. Same trouble, same silence, same way of answering. You have tried talking, and you have tried leaving it well alone, and you can see no change in them at all. You were never going to see it. Children do most of their growing at night. The body sends out growth hormone in short bursts, and the biggest of them come during deep sleep. So I never spread the growing evenly across the day. I put most of it into the dark, into the warm, quiet hours when no one is watching, in a bed just down the hall from where you are lying now. That is why a child's trousers are suddenly short in March. You saw none of it happen. It was all done at 2 in the morning over a lot of nights while the house was quiet. There is a person in your house tonight that you are quietly worried about. You have watched them for months. The same trouble. The same silence. The same way of answering. You have tried talking, and you have tried leaving it well alone, and you can see no change in them, and you have begun to wonder whether it ever comes. You were never going to see it, and that is not because I am hiding anything from you. That is the point. You never saw them get taller either. You measured them against a door frame twice a year and were surprised both times, and in between you had nothing to look at. I never made growth a thing you can watch. It is a thing you find out about afterwards. The man in this account goes to bed. He scatters the seed, and then he sleeps by night and rises by day, and the seed grows, and the line about him is the best line in it. He himself does not know how. He is not told. He never finds out. The growing does not need him awake, and it does not need him informed. You have been trying to watch something that only happens when you are not looking. Put it down for tonight. Not the person, only the watching, which is the part that is wearing you out. When you wake in the morning, they will be one night further on than they were, and so will you, and neither of you will be able to point to what changed. Let this be over that room down the hall. The one you are worried about is growing where you cannot see it, and you were never going to be able to see it, and that is not a punishment. It is simply how I made growing work. You never watched them get taller either, and they got taller all the same, in the dark, while you slept in the next room. So go to sleep the way the man in the story does, not knowing how it works, not needing to be told, trusting the ground with the seed. I am tender towards that person. I am not finished with them. When you wake in the morning, they will be one night further on, and so will you, and neither of you will be able to point to what changed. Like birds flying about, so will the Lord of hosts defend Jerusalem. Defending, he will also deliver it. Passing over, he will preserve it. Isaiah 31, verse 5. When something comes at that family, you are the one who goes and stands in front of it. Because in your head I am the sort of help that arrives afterwards and tidies up. You have never once pictured me doing what you do. 4 things in one short line, and they are not 4 ways of saying the same thing. Defend, deliver, pass over, preserve. Defending is standing between. Delivering is getting a person out of what has already got hold of them. Preserving is keeping a thing whole over a long stretch of time. And in the middle of them sits that word again, the one from the night of the doorposts, sitting among 3 other words that all plainly mean staying, not leaving. So the word means exactly what I said it means, and it means it warmly. A bird over a nest does something particular, and you have probably seen it. It will not fly off and come back. It puts itself between the nest and whatever is coming, and it makes itself bigger, and it does not move. It is not a graceful thing to watch, and there is little dainty about it, and it is one of the purest pictures of love there is. You have done it yourself. Over a hospital bed. In a doorway with a teacher. On the phone to a company that had upset your mother. Something came near one of yours, and you got bigger, and you would not move, and you would have stood there all week if it had taken all week. You have never once pictured me doing that. You think of me as calm and above it, and not much troubled by any of it. So when something comes at your house, you go and stand in front of it yourself. In your head, I am the sort of help that turns up later and tidies up. I am over the nest. Wide, close, warm, and immovable. Wings out, facing whatever is coming, taking up room. Tonight, over that house, while you sleep. You can stop being the only bird. Come in under. It is warm here, and it is safe here, and there is room. Hold this while the house sleeps. Defending, delivering, passing over, preserving. 4 words in one short line, and every one of them means staying. I am not the sort of help that turns up afterwards and tidies. I am between that house and whatever is coming. I am wide and I am close, and I am not moving until morning. You have been the only one with your wings out for years, and you have done it well, and you have done it tired. You can put them down now. Come and be one of the ones underneath, where it is warm, and let me be the big one for a while. Behold, bless the Lord, all you servants of the Lord, who by night stand in the house of the Lord. Lift up your hands in the sanctuary, and bless the Lord. Psalm 134, verses 1 and 2. You think you are the only one awake tonight, and you are not even close to being right about that. A woman is in a signal box tonight making sure that two trains which are both moving never end up on the same piece of track. A nurse is on a ward doing the 4 o'clock round with a torch pointed kindly at the floor so as not to wake anyone. A driver is taking a lorry full of bread up a motorway towards a shop that opens at 7. A man is sitting in front of a screen at a water treatment works, watching numbers, so that when your daughter comes down at 5:30 and turns the tap, water comes out and it is clean. None of them know each other. Not one of them will be thanked tomorrow. I know every name. And between them, without meeting, they will hand you a morning that is already working. You will get up and put the kettle on and never think about any of it. The night is full of people, not danger. People. You have been lying here for months thinking that the world stops at bedtime and that everything holding your life together goes to sleep and leaves you the only one still up and responsible. It is not true, and it has never been true, and knowing it should change the shape of this hour for you. There is a whole shift on. This psalm is only 3 verses long, and it is addressed to the ones on it. The people whose job kept them in the temple through the night while the city slept. I gave the night staff a psalm of their own. It is the shortest one in the book, and it is there so the people who work while others sleep would have something to say. You are on that shift too. You never applied for it, and no one put you on a rota. You are on it. So take what the psalm gives the others. It does not tell them to work harder. It tells them to bless and to lift their hands, and it ends by saying that the Lord bless you out of Zion, which is the night staff being blessed back. You are surrounded by people you cannot see, all of them awake, all of them holding up a corner. Let this go with you into the small hours. The night is not empty, and it is not dangerous. It is full of people you will never meet, all of them awake, all of them holding up their corner, so that your morning arrives already working. You are on that shift, and you are not on it alone, and you never have been. I know every name on it, including yours. I gave the ones who are up a psalm of their own, and it does not tell them to work harder. It tells them to be blessed. So take it. You are blessed out of Zion tonight, in a dark house, on a shift no one put you on. Rest a while. I am awake in this house. Still here, still near. The doors are done. The stairs are empty. rest. I am on the step with my back to the door. You are safe, and everyone in here with you is safe. Let your hands open. the building is attended. Sleep. I have not moved since you turned the light off. No door needs checking again tonight. You are warm. You are held. let the house quake. It is only letting go of the day. I am over this roof, close and wide. Quiet now. I am your peace in this room. No harm gets in past me. Rest now. Every soul under this roof is mine. I know their names better than you do. The one in the far room is loved. The difficult one is loved. The one who has stopped ringing is loved. Rest. I am gentle with all of them. No one has to be awake for me to be good to them. Your covering reaches further than that house. East and west, both directions. sleep? I know the street. I know the room. The gap in this household is no gap in my care. They are growing where you cannot see it. I am not finished with anyone here. Quiet now. Say the names into the dark and let them go. I have already gone to the room you were going to walk to. I love the people in this house. Rest now. This house has never rested on you alone. You never were. I built this house. Come down off the wall. Rest. Everything you were going to do today, you have done. The door is shut, and you did not shut it. Be finished for a few hours. That is not weakness. That is rest. I am holding it, and I am glad to. Sleep. The small things you did without thinking are the ones that held. I counted every one of them. You are not behind on anything. I ask nothing of you before morning. Let your shoulders come all the way down. Quiet now. Be one of the ones who is covered tonight. There is room under here. Rest now. The night is turning. Morning is coming, and I am ahead of it. The fire is banked. The heat is still in it. Rest. Something has been running in this house all night. The day is already being made warm for you. Sleep a little longer. The morning does not start you from scratch. new mercy is waiting, made fresh for tomorrow. What you have used up has taken nothing away. quiet now. I will be here when you open your eyes. The first hour of the day is mine as well. Go gently into it when it comes. You are loved before you wake. Held all night. Kept in the morning. Sleep now. And he took them the same hour of the night and washed their stripes. And immediately he and all his family were baptized. Now when he had brought them into his house, he set food before them. And he rejoiced, having believed in God with all his household. Acts 16, verses 33 and 34. A scene is what you have been waiting for. A word said at the table. A person coming back. A speech at the table. And because it has not come, you have decided that I am doing nothing. You are watching for entirely the wrong thing. The jailer takes them upstairs and kneels on his own floor with a bowl of water, washing the backs he helped open a few hours earlier. Then he feeds them at an hour when no one should be eating, in his own kitchen, with the household standing about in their nightclothes. A bowl of water and a meal. That is the whole of it. And that is what you have been missing in your own house, because you have been watching for something much larger. You have been waiting for a scene. The conversation, the apology, the announcement at the table. Meanwhile, the actual thing has been going past you in the hallway, carrying a mug, saying almost nothing. A house looks like that when something has turned in it. Not a speech. Not a decision announced at the table. A bowl of water and a meal at an hour when no one should be eating. You have been praying for something to change in your household, and you have been picturing it as a moment. A word at the table, a person coming back, a speech at the table, a scene. And because that has not happened, you have decided that I am doing nothing. Watch for the bowl instead, child, because that is how I usually come. The one who has been distant carrying something upstairs for you without being asked. The one who has not sat down with you for months, staying in the kitchen an extra 10 minutes. A message with no purpose to it, sent for no reason. One of them doing a small physical kindness they would have to explain if you asked them about it, so do not ask them about it. That is how it comes. It comes as a bowl of water at a strange hour. His whole household was in it by morning. It says so plainly, he rejoiced, having believed with all his house. The man went to bed an ordinary jailer and got up something else, and his family came with him, and none of it was arranged. Let this be true over your house tonight. What turns in a house rarely announces itself. It arrives as a bowl of water at a strange hour, as food put down when no one should be eating, as a man kneeling on his own floor, doing something no one asked him for. So stop waiting for the scene and stop counting the months. Watch instead for the small kindness that would embarrass them to explain if you asked. That is me moving quietly in your house, and I am gentle about it because I love the people in it. Let it happen while you sleep. O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, how often I wanted to gather your children together, as a hen gathers her chicks under her wings. Matthew 23, verse 37. The door has been on the latch for years. The number has not changed. The room is still ready. And one of them still has not come. And you have started to wonder whether I mind about them as much as you do. A hen does not go and fetch them, and you have spent years trying to. She lowers herself and opens her wings and makes one particular sound, and that is the whole of it. The chicks are all over the place doing whatever chicks do, and they hear it, and they come running, and they go in underneath her where it is warm. She chases none of them. She could not. There are too many, and they are too quick, and they would only scatter further. So she makes the place, and she makes the sound, and then she waits. And the waiting is the hardest part of loving anything. How often I wanted to gather. Wanted. That one tender word is sitting in the middle of the sentence doing something very difficult, and it is honest about the one thing you cannot fix. I wanted to gather them, and I have not always got to. Not for want of power. Gathering is not something you can do to a person who will not come, and I will not turn them into something they are not just to have them under the wing. You already know this, better than most people alive. You have made the place. You have kept the room. You have kept the door on the latch and the number the same and the invitation open for years, and you have made the sound so many times that you have stopped believing it carries. And one of them still has not come, and I know exactly how that sits in you at this hour. I am not going to tell you tonight that they will, because you have had enough people say that to you warmly and with no way of knowing. What I will tell you is that the wanting in me is not smaller than the wanting in you. You have thought that your ache for that person was somehow more than my interest in them, that you were doing the caring and I was managing the paperwork. Every ounce of what you feel about them, I feel, and I have felt it longer, and I have felt it more tenderly than you know how to. The wings are still out. The sound is still going. Nothing has been withdrawn and none of it has run out, and I am not tired of them. Let this be spoken over you as the deep part of the night ends. What you feel about that person is not more than what I feel. I have felt it longer, and I have felt it every day of the years you have been worrying over them. The wings are still out. The sound is still going. Nothing has been withdrawn, and none of it has run out, and I am not tired of them, and I am not tired of you, and I never will be. You have kept the place ready for years, with the door on the latch and the number the same. So have I. Sleep, and let the two of us keep it together tonight. My voice you shall hear in the morning, O Lord. In the morning I will direct it to you, and I will look up. Psalm 5, verse 3. Months of watching for a change in that family, and not one thing you could point at. So you have concluded that I am doing no work in them at all. Something is running. It has been running all night. You are waiting to see something happen in your family. Someone once stood at a control panel and set a timer, and that is the best picture I have of what I am already doing. They were probably slightly annoyed about it. There was a little booklet, and the buttons were not obvious, and they got it wrong twice and had to start again. It happened years ago on a plain weekday afternoon, and no one in that house remembers it now. And ever since, quietly, the heating comes on at around 5 in the morning, so that the rooms are warm and the water is hot before the first person is awake to want either. It is never thanked, and no one has thought about it in years. It happens every single morning without fail, in a cold, dark house, while everyone in the building is unconscious. That is how I work in your family, my love, and you have never yet caught me at it. You keep looking for the moment. You have been waiting for something you could see. A change you could point at. A talk that goes differently. A day when one of them is suddenly all right again. And because none of it has come, you have decided that no work is being done. Something is running. It was set long before tonight, and it does not depend on you being awake to watch it. The kindness that will meet your daughter tomorrow at 10:30 from a woman she has not met yet. The sentence that will land in your son's head on a Tuesday in November and finally do what 100 of yours could not. The job that will come from a direction no one in that house is looking at. The softening that is happening slowly in one of them who would deny it flatly if you asked them. I set those going a long while ago, warmly and without telling you, and they are running now while you lie here. The morning does not start you from scratch. You never have been. Every day of your life you have got up into a warm house. Something was working in it for hours before you opened your eyes. You walked into the kitchen, put the kettle on, thought about the day ahead, and never once thought about the boiler. Think about it this morning, and then let it tell you what I am like. When you wake, the day will already have been started for you. Not finished. Started. There will be things in place that you did not put there, and mercy already loaded for hours you have not reached yet, and none of it will announce itself, and all of it will be there. Receive this gently as the light comes. Something has been running in your house all night that you never set going, and it did not need you awake to do its work. I am at work in your family the way heat comes on in a cold house before anyone stirs. Quietly, on time, and years after it was arranged. The morning does not start you from scratch. The day is already warm, and I am already in it, and you are loved before you open your eyes. Through the Lord's mercies we are not consumed, because his compassions fail not. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness. Lamentations 3, verses 22 and 23. Quietly, and never out loud, you have wondered whether you have had your share. Whether a person can come back too often about the same child, the same house, the same worry, and in the end be met with something cooler than before. The man who wrote it was sitting in the ruins of a city with everything he loved taken apart, and he still said, "My compassions are new every morning." He was not saying it because things were going well. He said it because he had noticed the one thing only people in real trouble notice, which is that mornings keep arriving. You have noticed it too, and you have never counted it as anything. Every single day for 2 years, whatever the night did to you, the light came back and you got up and you fed people. You put that down to your own stubbornness. It was never your stubbornness. New every morning. Not renewed and not topped up, and not the same tired supply stretched a bit further. New. The way bread is new, the way a morning is new, made fresh for the day it belongs to and not carried over from anything before it. Which means that what you have used up over the last year has not diminished anything. That thought has been sitting in you for a long while, and it has made you careful. You have wondered privately whether you have had your share. Whether a person can go back too often about the same child, the same worry, the same house, and in the end be met with something slightly cooler than before. Whether I keep count. I keep no such count. There has never been one. Tomorrow morning, there will be a completely new supply, warm and full and made for that particular day, and it will owe nothing to how much you needed yesterday or how badly you handled Thursday. You could have the worst week of your life and Monday would arrive with everything in it intact. Great is your faithfulness. A man in a ruined city said that. If he could say it there, you can hear it here. In a warm bed, in a house where everyone is asleep and safe. Hold this as the dark things. What you have used up has cost you nothing, and I have kept no count of how often you have come. My compassions are new every morning. Not stretched, not topped up, but made fresh for the day they belong to. A man said that sitting in the ruins of everything he loved, and he was right, and he is still right in your house tonight. Great is my faithfulness to you. Sleep on it and wake into it. Great and beautiful cities which you did not build, houses full of all good things, which you did not fill, hand-dug wells which you did not dig, vineyards and olive trees which you did not plant. When you have eaten and are full. Deuteronomy 6, verses 10 and 11. Everything holding that family up is something you built, or so you believe. And if you let go of any of it, the whole thing comes down. You cannot see the rest of it. You never could. Your floor was laid before you ever saw the place. They cut the boards, or they poured the concrete, and they hung the doors, and got the frames square. And they had a name and a bad back and a flask on the windowsill. Whether that house is 2 years old or 120, you are lying tonight on work done by hands you will never meet, done by people who never once imagined you. Someone dug the trench your water comes through. Another chose where the window would go. Because of that, the sun comes into your kitchen at the same hour every morning and lands warmly on the same bit of worktop every day of your life. You arranged none of it, and you have never given a moment's thought to the people who did. That is the shape of nearly everything good that holds you up. The teacher who spent an extra 10 minutes on your son in the spring of last year, whose name you may not even know. Whoever first told your husband something kind about himself 40 years ago that he still quietly runs on. The neighbor who noticed something once and mentioned it to a friend, and the thing was prevented, and you never heard about any of it because the thing never came. Your house is full of good you never earned and never asked for, brought in by people who are gone or never knew you. I have been arranging that for a very long time, warmly and without a word about it, and you have eaten from it and been full and thought it was ordinary. So take the weight of that gently. You have believed that everything holding your family up is something you built yourself, and that if you let go it would all come down. You believe it because you cannot see the rest of it. You cannot see the hands, and you never could. They are there. Under the floor, in the walls, in the trench, in a conversation that happened in 1986. And I am the one who sent every one of them. In the morning you will get up into a house you never built and could not have built. You will make a cup of tea from water another man dug away for. None of that is an accident. None of it is being taken back. Take this into the morning with you. You are lying tonight on work done by hands you will never meet, in a house you never built, drinking from a well another person dug. Nearly everything good that holds your family up was brought in by other hands, and I sent every one of them, and I have been doing it quietly for far longer than you have been worrying. You have eaten and been full and thought it ordinary. It was never ordinary. It was me, and it is still coming. Choose for yourselves this day whom you will serve. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. Joshua 24, verse 15. For years now, you have been trying to make one of them else's choice for them, and it has worn you thin. You have had this verse quoted at you, and always the second half of it. An old man said it at the end of a very long life. It goes on plaques, and it goes over kitchen doors, and it is usually read as a strong man making a strong declaration about a household he has fully under control. Read the first half. Choose for yourselves this day. He says it to a crowd he has led for decades. He fought for them, argued with them, buried a good many of them. And he tells them plainly that this choice is not his to make for anyone. Then he says where he stands himself, and leaves the rest of them free. He is not promising that everyone under his roof turns out well. And that is the sentence you have quietly refused for years. You have believed that if you say the right thing in the right week, or pray hard enough, or love them enough, the choice will come out your way. It does not work like that, and it is not because I am withholding. It is because I made people able to say no, and I will not take that back from one of yours in order to make your nights easier. You have been trying to make the choice for people, and it has been wearing you down for years. You cannot, and it is not a failure in you that you cannot. It is how I made people, and I made them that way on purpose, because love that is arranged for a person is not love at all, and I would not have it in my house either. So do what the old man did. Say where you stand, and then let them be free, and let me do the rest. You already have said it in your way, not in a speech. In the fact that you are lying here at this hour with a prayer playing over a sleeping house, doing something none of them will ever know about, for people who did not ask you to. That is where you stand, and it is a good place, and I have heard it. As for me and my house, you said it years ago, and you have said it every night since, quietly, in the dark, without an audience. And your house is mine as well. I have never once thought of it as only yours to hold. Let this be spoken warmly over the whole household. You have been trying to make the choice for people, and it was never yours to make, and it is no failure in you that you cannot. Say where you stand, and then let them be free, as the old man did, and call it strength rather than surrender. You have been saying it every night in the dark without an audience, and I have heard every one. As for you and your house, I am in it, and I am not leaving, and the two of us are holding it together. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. Numbers 6, verses 24 to 26. No one has said a blessing over you in years. You say them over other people, and then you come up here, and the room is quiet. One is coming now, and it is the oldest one there is. 2 tiny rolls of silver came out of a burial cave outside Jerusalem, each one smaller than your little finger, with words scratched into the metal. They are the oldest piece of the Bible anyone has ever found in the ground, and the words on them are these ones. They were not in a library. Somebody wore them round their neck, under their clothes, all day, where no one could see. I tell you that because you keep everything under your clothes too. The worry about the money. The thing you have not told your husband. The name you have stopped saying at the table because of how the room goes when you say it. All of it carried against your skin all day, where no one can see, and you have never once thought to ask for anything to be said over you. I gave those words to be said out loud over people. That is the whole instruction attached to them. Say this over them. Not think it, not mean it generally. Say it out loud over the actual people in front of you, and I will do the rest. So let me say it over you now, my dear child, and over every person under that roof. I bless you, and I will keep you. Keep is a strong old word, and it means what it sounds like: held on to, guarded, not let go of, not mislaid. You are not going to be lost. Neither is the one you are worried about. I make my face shine on you. No one has looked at you with straightforward gladness for a long while, and I do, and I have been doing it all night. I am gracious to you, not owed, not earned, given warmly because I wanted to. I lift up my face towards you, which is what a person does when one they love walks into the room. And I give you peace. The whole word, not a piece of it. The old word means everything in one piece, with none of it missing and all of it where it should be. That is what I am saying over your house as the light comes. Let this be received in full. I bless you and I will keep you, and keeping means held on to and never mislaid. I make my face shine on you, because you ought to be looked at with gladness, and I have been doing it all night. I am gracious to you, unearned and freely, because I wanted to be. I lift my face towards you the way you look up when one you love comes into the room. And I give you peace. The whole of it, with none of it missing and all of it where it should be. Over you and over every soul under that roof. and none of you shall go out of the door of his house until morning. Exodus 12, verse 22. Light behind a curtain, and the house still quiet, and every one of them still asleep. You made it. Whatever the night held, it is behind you, and you are still here. Take a moment before you move. Feel your feet at the bottom of the bed, warm and heavy, and your hands open on the covers where they were fists a few hours ago. No harm came in. The house is exactly as you left it, and everyone in it is still asleep, and you got through another night. You were told to stay in until morning, and you did, and morning is here. That is the whole of the instruction, and it is finished now. The door can be opened. The night that had to be handled by one stronger has been handled, and you are on the other side of it, and you had no hand in making it come. It came because mornings come, because I made them too. Now go gently into this day. Do the small things. Get up and wash, and open the curtain properly, and put the heating up if the house is cold. Have something to eat even if you are not hungry. Speak kindly to the first person you see, and speak kindly to yourself when you get something wrong before 9 o'clock, which you probably will. And you may hand this back to me as many times as you need to. There is no limit on it. If today goes badly, come back tonight and put this on again, and the door will still be marked, and I will still be standing over it, and none of it will have been used up. Everything I have said over you in the night still stands in the daylight. You are the one who carries the weight in that house, and I mark the parts that carry. You have been on the outside of the roost for years, and I have taken that place. There is a gap in that household that you cannot close, and I gather from the east and from the west. You have not been holding this house up alone, whatever the night told you, and the two of us are going into this day at the same time. The fire is banked. The house is warm. Everyone is still asleep. Let this be the last thing carried into the morning. You stayed in until morning, and morning has come, and you had no hand in making it arrive. The door can be opened now. Everything I said over you in the dark holds just as firmly in the daylight, and none of it has been used up, and you may come back tonight and every night after. Go gently. Be kind to yourself before 9 o'clock. You are loved in this house. You are kept going out and coming in, and I am going into this day with you. Stay in this atmosphere tonight. There is another prayer on the screen now for the same burden you are carrying, for the one you have been worried about, the one who is not answering, the one you were praying for at 3 o'clock this morning. You do not have to come out of this. Let it carry straight on. Your house is covered. The doors are done. Someone is still awake in that building, and it is not you. Go on through and rest.